Welcome to a world of calm and tranquility. Take a deep breath, settle in, and let every sound guide you into relaxation. This is your space to unwind, where stories and soothing tones wash away the day's stress. Before we begin, if you enjoy this peaceful escape, don't forget to like, subscribe, and tap the notification bell to stay connected to your next calming story. Now, let the gentle voice carry you to serenity. You're safe here. You're at peace. Let's begin. The Legend of the Ciguapa, a tale from the heart of the Dominican mountains. It was a night when the moon hung low, casting a silver glow across the dense forests of the Dominican Republic. Mateo, a humble farmer from the small mountain village of Sabana Verde, adjusted his machete strap over his shoulder. The path ahead of him was barely visible, but he knew it well. Every twist, every root, and every whisper of the wind was familiar. Yet tonight felt different. A heavy stillness clung to the air, and the usual symphony of nocturnal creatures was eerily absent. Mateo was returning home late after a long day tending his fields. The villagers often warned him not to linger in the woods after dark, murmuring about old stories, tales of a mysterious creature known as the Ciguapa. He usually laughed it off. They were just stories to scare children, weren't they? But tonight, as he walked under the shadowy canopy, the silence gnawed at his confidence. His pace quickened, his heart thudding louder than his footsteps. Just as he reached a familiar clearing, he heard it, a soft, mournful song carried on the breeze. It was faint, but unmistakable. His pulse quickened, his ears straining to catch the melody. It was beautiful yet haunting, a sound both inviting and unsettling. He stopped in his tracks, gripping his machete. "Who's there?" he called, his voice breaking the oppressive silence. No response, only the rustling of leaves and that sorrowful melody growing clearer, closer. Against his better judgment, Mateo followed the sound. His curiosity outweighed his fear. He pushed aside branches, stepping deeper into the heart of the forest. Then he saw her. She stood near a stream, her long black hair cascading down her back like a waterfall. Her skin glowed under the moonlight, and her eyes, dark, deep pools, held an indescribable sadness. She was barefoot, her delicate feet resting lightly on the moss-covered ground. Mateo felt a shiver run down his spine. She was beautiful, yet something was off. "Señorita," he called cautiously, "are you lost?" The woman turned slowly, her gaze locking onto his. She didn't speak, but raised her hand, motioning for him to come closer. Mateo hesitated, his instincts screaming at him to turn back, but his feet moved forward as if drawn by an invisible force. As he approached, he noticed something odd, her footprints. They were facing the wrong way. His breath caught in his throat. The villagers' stories flooded back. The Ciguapa, a spirit of the forest, known for her backward feet that tricked travelers into losing their way. "Dios mío," Mateo susurró, retrocediendo. The woman's eyes narrowed and she tilted her head, almost as if she could hear his thoughts. She took a step forward, her movements graceful yet predatory. Mateo stumbled, his heart pounding. He wanted to run, but his legs felt like lead. "Please," he managed to choke out, "I mean no harm." To his surprise, she stopped. For a moment, they stared at each other in silence. Then she spoke, her voice soft, almost melodic. "You are not like the others," she said. "The others?" Mateo asked, his voice trembling. "The greedy ones, the ones who take from the forest without giving back," she said, her eyes softening. "But you care for the land." Mateo nodded. "Yes, I only take what I need to feed my family. I respect the forest." She studied him before sighing. "Then go. Leave this place and do not return after dark. The forest remembers." Matteo turned and ran, not stopping until he reached the edge of the village. When he finally looked back, the forest loomed behind him, dark and silent once more. The next morning, Matteo gathered the villagers, recounting his encounter. Some laughed it off, but others, especially the elders, listened intently. "The Chiguapa is real," Don Felipe said. "Long ago, our ancestors made peace with her kind. But over the years, we've taken more than we've given." From that day, the villagers treated the forest with respect. They left offerings and whispered prayers. Though Matteo never saw the Chiguapa again, he often felt her presence, watching. One evening, a stranger arrived in Sabana Verde. His name was Diego, a trader from the city, looking to buy rare woods. Despite Matteo's warnings, Diego ventured into the forest, mocking the villagers' fears. Days passed with no sign of Diego. Search parties found only his belongings near the stream. His fate became a grim reminder of the Chiguapa's warning. The forest remembers. Years later, Matteo, now an elder, often walked to the edge of the forest, leaving small offerings. He felt a connection, a silent understanding with the Chiguapa. The villagers continued their traditions, and Sabana Verde thrived, becoming known for its harmony with nature. One evening, as Matteo sat by the forest's edge, he heard the familiar, mournful melody. He smiled, knowing the Chiguapa was near, watching over her home. The Devouring Fog, 1586. Arrival in the New World. Thomas stepped off the splintered ship into a world steeped in silence. The village, a crude cluster of huts bordered by dense ancient woods, seemed promising but ominous. The settlers greeted him with hollow smiles, their faces gaunt from the harsh journey and the strange unease that hung over the land. Thomas assured them that the ship would return with supplies, but that day never came. "Beware the fog," one whispered to him, her voice trembling. Thomas dismissed it as superstition, but even as he worked alongside them, the towering trees and constant mist felt suffocating. The settlers spoke of something in the woods, something watching. The first few months in the New World were grueling. Thomas and the settlers labored from dawn until dusk, carving out a fragile existence in the unforgiving wilderness. They built crude shelters from felled trees, fortified the settlement with a rough palisade, and planted meager crops in soil that resisted their efforts. The work was backbreaking, but Thomas's resolve was unshakable. He swung his axe with a force that belied his years, determined to create a sanctuary where he could leave behind the pain of his past. The others shared his desperation, their own tragedies driving them to endure the endless toil. Yet the land itself seemed to fight against them. Storms ripped through the forest without warning, toppling newly raised walls and flooding the fields. The cold nights bit harder than expected, and the settlers huddled around their fires, whispering prayers to fend off the encroaching darkness. Even the forest seemed to resent their presence. Shadows stretched unnaturally long at dusk, and strange noises echoed through the trees. Some claimed they saw figures moving between the trunks, pale and silent, vanishing as quickly as they appeared. Thomas dismissed such talk as fear-driven fantasy. "It's the wilderness," he told them firmly, "nothing more." But deep down, unease gnawed at him. The air grew heavier with each passing day, the oppressive silence broken only by the faint rustle of leaves that never seemed to come from the wind. Despite their efforts, losses came swiftly. Illness spread through the camp, claiming lives with brutal efficiency. Tools broke, food spoiled, and morale crumbled. But the settlers pushed on, driven by sheer necessity. They finished the palisade, built a watchtower, and fortified their homes as best they could. By the time the first snowfall came, the village was a semblance of what they had envisioned. But as they gathered around their fires on cold, moonlit nights, the forest seemed closer than ever, its shadows deeper, its silence louder. Then one evening, the frost-sharpened air carried something new, a whispering sound, faint but insistent, coming from the forest. The settlers fell silent, their eyes turning to the dark wall of trees. Thomas felt it too, a presence at the edge of their world, patient and waiting. He dismissed it as the wind, but that night he couldn't sleep. As he stared at the ceiling of his crude shelter, the whispers followed him into his dreams. The fog did not come immediately. It waited, biding its time. And when it finally arrived, it would bring with it an end that none of them could have imagined. One fateful night, as the village huddled around their fires, a dense fog began to roll in from the woods. At first, it was a quiet presence, winding between trees like a predator stalking its prey. Then came the whispers, low and guttural, brushing against their minds like cold fingers. Thomas stood at the edge of the palisade, the torch in his hand flickering as the fog swallowed the forest beyond. "Stay inside," he warned, though he barely believed his own words. But the fog did not wait. It crept into the village, moving with deliberate malice. The fires sputtered and died, snuffed out as though by unseen hands. The whispers grew louder, overlapping into a cacophony of disembodied voices. The first scream came from a settler near the livestock pen. Thomas turned to see the fog coil around the man's body like a living thing, his skin blackened, his flesh disintegrating into ash as he crumbled to the ground. Panic erupted. The settlers scattered, their cries for mercy swallowed by the fog's hissing roar. Thomas could only watch as one by one they fell, turned to ash before his eyes. Thomas fled into the woods, the fog chasing at his heels. It surrounded him, its icy tendrils gripping his arms and legs, forcing him to his knees. The whispers focused, coalescing into a single commanding voice. "Thomas," it purred, "you will not escape, but I can spare you." He gasped for air, his body trembling as the voice filled his mind. What do you want?" "Your devotion, your obedience. In exchange, I grant you life, strength, eternity." The fog's grip tightened, and for a moment he felt himself slipping into the abyss. Then a rush of warmth spread through him, his pain fading, his strength returning. He rose to his feet, his hands steady despite the terror consuming him. The fog hissed in satisfaction. "The others were weak. You, Thomas, are worthy. Write my name upon the land, and you shall live." Thomas returned to the village, now a desolate graveyard of ash and silence. The fog moved with him, wrapping around the ruins like a jealous lover. There was nothing left of the settlers, only faint outlines of where they had fallen, their forms burned into the earth. With trembling hands, he found a tree at the village's edge. Drawing his knife, he carved the word the fog had whispered into his mind, Croatoan. The letters bit deep into the bark, a mark of something ancient and unrelenting. The fog whispered in approval. "Good, Thomas, they will come. They will see, and you shall endure." 4 years later, Thomas stood in the shadow of the woods, his youthful face untouched by time. A ship had appeared on the horizon, its sails stark against the grey sky. He watched as its crew disembarked, their voices cutting through the eerie stillness of the abandoned village. The newcomers wandered among the ruins, their faces pale with confusion. They found no bodies, no signs of life, only the word carved into the tree, a haunting declaration of the village's fate. From the safety of the forest, Thomas watched, the whispers of the fog curling in his ears. He felt no sorrow, no regret. He was the last remnant of the settlement, a man caught between life and death, bound to the fog's insatiable hunger. As the ship's crew gathered around the carved tree, The fog stirred again, rolling in from the forest's depths. Thomas turned away, retreating into the shadows. He had marked the land as the fog had commanded, and now it would feast again. Jamestown Settlement. In the year 1677, William Hensley and his family arrived in the young, struggling colony of Jamestown. It was a time of hope and fear, a place where fortunes and lives were made or broken. William's face, sun-worn and etched with lines of hardship, softened as he looked at his wife, Eliza, and their 2 children, little Isaac and Lydia. Despite the hardships he'd endured in England, he felt a stirring of excitement, a fresh start. They were bound for a cabin on the edge of the forest, one whose previous resident, he'd been told, had recently passed away under mysterious circumstances. On their first night, they met Thomas, a fellow settler with a calm and welcoming demeanor. Thomas had arrived in the New World years prior, and he had the look of a man who had earned his knowledge through hardship and the solace of long nights alone in the woods. He kindly helped them unload their few belongings and settle in, offering tips about hunting, fishing, and the edible plants that grew abundantly in the area. For a stranger, he seemed oddly at ease in their new cabin, as if he had known its former occupant well. As dusk fell, William glanced out the window toward the dense forest. There was something odd about the trees tonight. Thick, wispy fog swirled at the edge of the woods, its movements more deliberate than any weather he'd ever seen. It almost seemed to reach out, stretching fingers of mist toward the cabin as if beckoning him forward. Shaking off the unsettling feeling, he turned his attention back to his family, grateful for the warmth and laughter filling the room. But that night, sleep eluded William. A strange restlessness filled his chest, a yearning he couldn't quite explain. The sound of Eliza's gentle breathing beside him only heightened his feeling of isolation, as if something outside was calling to him alone. He found himself slipping out of bed, dressing quietly, and walking to the door. The fog was waiting, thick and silent, curling between the trees like smoke. Despite the late hour, a strange urge pulled him toward it. He could still hear Thomas's words echoing in his mind, warning him about venturing too far into the forest after dark. Strange things have happened to those who wander at night, Thomas had said, a shadow passing over his face. But tonight, William felt no fear, only the insistent pull of the mist that seemed to dance in time with his heartbeat. He stepped out of the cabin into the cool night air. The fog stretched toward him, and he thought he heard a faint voice, a whisper woven into the rustling of the leaves. The fog wound around him, and his steps grew slower as he ventured deeper into the woods, drawn further from the warmth of his home. The deeper he walked into the forest, the heavier the fog grew, wrapping around him like a cloak. Every instinct told him to turn back, but his legs carried him onward, the mist coiling and pressing closer. At last, he found himself in a small clearing, the fog thick around him, whispering in his ears, filling his mind with visions of wealth, peace, and strength beyond anything he had ever known. Through the thick fog, he caught sight of a figure emerging, Thomas. His expression was neither friendly nor hostile, but a careful mask of patience and expectation. The firelight from William's lantern cast an eerie glow over Thomas's youthful face, but it was his eyes that unsettled William the most. They were the eyes of an old man, tired and knowing, as if they held secrets only the forest could reveal. "I didn't expect to see you out here tonight," William said, his voice shaky, but he tried to keep his tone light. Thomas looked at him with a strange expression, one that was both pitying and relieved. "The forest has a way of drawing people in," he replied. "It called to me once, just as it does to you now." William's heart hammered in his chest. The words sent a chill through him, though he tried to brush it off his imagination. "You seem to know this place well." Thomas chuckled, a low, hollow sound. I've spent years walking these woods, but not by choice. The fog. He trailed off, his eyes drifting to the mist around them. It doesn't let go easily. As William looked at Thomas, a memory from earlier flickered in his mind, a fleeting feeling that he'd seen Thomas's face before, not in person, but in old, faded records he had skimmed while searching for information on Jamestown. It was impossible, though. The Thomas he remembered was an old man, barely able to stand when he came to the New World, and yet here he stood, youthful, ageless. The fog closed in around them, and William felt an overwhelming urge to know what had happened to Thomas. "Why are you here? What happened to the others who stayed in this cabin before us?" Thomas's gaze sharpened, his voice a whisper. "They were taken or changed." He hesitated, searching for words. "The fog promises what you most desire, William, but it takes something in return. For some it grants youth, strength. For others," Thomas's voice wavered, "for others it demands a price no one can bear to pay." The fog swirled, whispering, "Come closer, William." In his chest, William felt an ache that could only be soothed by drawing closer to the mist. But the image of his family flickered in his mind. Eliza's kind eyes, Isaac's laughter, Lydia's tiny, chubby hands. He took a step back, fighting the compulsion to surrender to the fog's call. Thomas's expression softened. "If you love them, William, resist. The fog is relentless, but it can be denied. I wish someone had told me that before I listened to its call." A distant scream pierced the night, echoing through the trees. William's heart clenched, and he turned toward the sound. His first instinct was to run back to his family, but Thomas grabbed his arm, holding him in place. "They'll be safe if you stay here. The fog has chosen you, and it won't harm those inside the cabin. But it will haunt you, chase you, until you accept its offer or fight it back." "I can't abandon them," William whispered, torn between the fog's strange lure and his fear for his family. Thomas nodded slowly. "The fog is older than any of us. It won't stop until it's taken what it wants. But there is a way, a sacrifice." He paused, glancing back into the mist. Someone must give themselves willingly, surrendering to the fog's call to spare another. "It's how I've stayed all these years." The weight of Thomas's words settled over William like a heavy shroud. To save his family, he would have to face the fog alone, to stand against its power and deny its promises, whatever the cost. But as he gazed into Thomas's eyes, William realized that Thomas had already paid a price. He had surrendered to the fog and become its servant, bound to these woods forever. "I won't let it take me," William said, his voice trembling but resolute. "I'll protect my family. I'll fight it." The fog thickened, swirling around them, as if angered by his defiance. Thomas's gaze softened, and he nodded approvingly. "Then go, William. Keep your family safe, and don't look back. The fog will come for you again, but you must resist." With one final, lingering glance at the fog, William turned and ran back toward the cabin, his heart pounding in his chest. Behind him, he heard Thomas's voice echoing in the mist, a final, mournful warning. "Beware the fog, William. It's never truly gone." When he reached the cabin, he found his family safe and asleep, blissfully unaware of the dark forces lurking outside. The fog lingered on the edge of the forest, watching, waiting, its whispers faint but insistent. For nights after, William felt its presence, sensed its longing gaze as he tended to his family, their laughter and warmth a balm to the darkness that lingered outside. Though he knew the fog would come for him again, he was determined to protect his family, to hold on to the light that they brought into his life. But the whispers grew stronger each night, tugging at his mind, reminding him of the promise it offered: eternal youth, strength, and freedom. The price, he knew, would be steep, but for now he was content to resist, holding his loved ones close as they faced the unknown together. In the end, he knew the fog would return, and when it did, he would be ready, or so he hoped, as the mist continued to drift through the trees, patient and relentless, a silent reminder of the sacrifice that had yet to be made. Days turned into weeks, and William continued to feel the fog's presence, a subtle but unyielding force at the edges of his life. It loomed beyond the forest line, appearing at dawn and dusk, a silent witness to his every movement. Though the mist kept its distance, its whispers grew louder in his mind, urging him to come closer, to step into the woods and surrender. He found himself waking in the dead of night, staring out the small window toward the forest, where the fog seemed to pulse with an almost living intent. One evening, after putting Isaac and Lydia to bed, William sat beside Eliza by the fire. The warmth of the flames calmed him, but he could see the worry etched on her face. "Is something troubling you, William?" she asked gently, placing a hand on his arm. "You've been distant these past days. You look haunted." William hesitated, glancing toward the window. How could he explain what he'd seen and felt? The fog, its strange pull, the encounter with Thomas. All of it felt like a nightmare he couldn't shake. "There's something about these woods," he finally said, his voice barely a whisper. Near dawn, he slipped from bed, unable to resist the pull. Without waking Eliza, he crept out of the cabin and walked to the edge of the woods. The fog seemed to be waiting for him, swirling in strange patterns, forming tendrils that reached toward him as if in invitation. "William," the fog seemed to whisper, the voice almost gentle. "Come closer." He took a step forward, his hand trembling. The forest around him felt alive, every leaf and branch whispering, urging him to join them. A flicker of movement caught his eye, and he saw Thomas standing just inside the fog, his face hollow and sorrowful. "You don't have to do this," Thomas's voice echoed, and for the first time, William saw the weariness behind his eyes, the resignation that spoke of years, perhaps even centuries, spent bound to the fog. "What does it want from me?" William asked, his voice desperate, trembling. Thomas glanced back at the mist, then at William. "It wants to take a part of you, to keep you here like it did with me. Once you surrender, it'll own you." William took a step back, horror washing over him. But the fog thickened, the whispers growing more urgent, more insistent. "Think of what you could be, William. Think of the life you could have." Images filled his mind, visions of his family, strong and prosperous, protected from the harsh struggles of life in the colony. But with those visions came another, a haunting image of himself, a young man with old, tired eyes, just like Thomas's, bound forever to the fog. Summoning every ounce of willpower, William turned away. "I won't let it take me," he said, his voice firm. Thomas's face softened, a hint of gratitude flickering in his expression. "Then go, William. Protect your family and never return here." With one last glance at the fog, William backed away and hurried back to the cabin. As he stepped through the door, he felt the mist retreating, the whispers fading to silence. Inside, his family slept peacefully, unaware of the battle he'd fought. But as he closed the door and sat beside Eliza, William knew that the fog would wait, just beyond the edge of the forest, patient and relentless, watching. When William returned home from a long day's work, he froze at the doorway. Eliza sat by the fire, her once youthful face now deeply lined, her hair silvered and frail as though she'd aged 30 years overnight. Isaac and Lydia were safe, huddled together by her side, their eyes wide with a mixture of relief and horror. "Eliza, what happened?" he whispered, kneeling beside her, his hands trembling as he reached out. Her lips quivered into a sad smile. "The fog. It came today, William. It wanted you, and it would have taken the children too. I couldn't bear it." She lifted a fragile hand, her fingers already dusted with a fine grey powder. "I offered myself. I begged it to spare you all." Tears welled in William's eyes as her hand disintegrated in his grasp, crumbling into dust that drifted into the fire. "No, Eliza, please," he choked, clutching at the fading traces of her. "Remember me, William. Take care of them," she whispered, her voice soft as the ashes she'd become. Then, like a breath on the wind, Eliza was gone, leaving William kneeling before the fire, surrounded by silence, and a love that, even in dust, would forever guard their family. The date was July 12th, 1975. The night was deep and tranquil in Olympic National Park. A canopy of stars glittered overhead, casting a faint silver glow on the quiet forest below. Just off a small clearing, a lone van sat parked, the nearby trees casting shadows across its painted surface. Leaning against a camping chair outside the van was Greg Miller, sipping a steaming cup of tea as he took in the moonlit beauty around him. Greg had spent most of his life in Dallas, Texas, grinding away in corporate America, where his days had been a blur of board meetings and budget reports. But last year, at 41, he'd finally had enough. One evening, he'd handed in his resignation, sold most of his belongings, and bought a well-loved van with his life savings. Now he spent his days exploring every corner of the country and living by his own rules, truly experiencing life for the first time in years. Greg sighed contentedly, tipping his head back to take in the full moon above, its glow filtering through the tall pines surrounding his camp. Olympic National Park had been a dream of his since childhood, and now he was here, basking in the park's immense beauty and reveling in the freedom he'd worked so hard to achieve. The tea was rich and comforting as he took another sip, the warmth of it grounding him in the cool, crisp night air. But something caught his eye just beyond the trees. He squinted, making out what looked like smoke drifting between the tree trunks. Alarmed, he sat up, worry clenching his gut. Fires could be deadly out here, he knew that. His mind raced as he scanned for signs of a fire's glow or crackling sound, but nothing else seemed amiss. He stood, straining his eyes. The misty glimmer floated in the distance, almost alive as it moved, but then he realized it wasn't smoke at all. It was fog, a light, silvery mist rolling gently through the forest. He felt his pulse slow as relief washed over him. Fog was normal this time of year, he reassured himself, a simple part of the damp, temperate climate. Relaxing, he chuckled at his own jumpiness, then settled back into his chair, allowing his mind to drift as he took in the stillness of the night. The next morning, he was up with the dawn, eager to explore the cliffs he'd read about before his trip. Greg quickly brewed his morning coffee and threw together a small backpack of supplies. As he stepped out into the cool morning air, he paused, breathing in the scent of pine and the distant tang of the ocean. He locked the van and set out, finding a well-marked trail leading toward the cliffs. The hike was exhilarating, winding through towering trees and across roots that twisted like snakes beneath his feet. At last, the trail opened up to reveal a rugged cliffside where Greg could see the Pacific Ocean stretching endlessly to the horizon. The mist that had lingered in the trees last night now hung over the water, spreading across the vast expanse in a thin layer. He watched, mesmerized, as it moved strangely fast, weaving through the rocks and toward the shore. Greg felt an odd twinge as he watched the fog approach, a prickling unease that he quickly brushed aside. Fog moved with the weather. That was no mystery. Still, he couldn't shake the feeling that there was something deliberate about the way it drifted. Dismissing the thought, he continued to watch the waves roll in, the peaceful sound soothing his nerves. By late afternoon, Greg was on his way back to the van, feeling more at ease. But as he descended the trail, he noticed the fog off to his left, just beyond the trees. It seemed to be keeping pace with him, trailing him through the woods in a way that felt almost intentional. "Don't be ridiculous, Greg," he muttered to himself. Fog doesn't follow people. But as he continued down the path, he kept glancing back at it, and every time he looked, it was still there, drifting alongside him, weaving between the trees in soft, undulating waves. By the time he reached the clearing and caught sight of his van, he was almost running, trying to escape the oppressive sensation of being watched. That night, Greg set up a small grill by his van to cook his dinner. The fog had returned, now pooling at the edges of the clearing, and he couldn't shake the uneasy feeling that it was closing in on him. He tried to ignore it, focusing on the smell of his cooking and the warmth of the small fire. But as he looked up, his chest tightened. The fog had thickened around his van, swirling in slow circles like some kind of living thing. His skin prickled, and a sense of dread settled in his gut. He wanted to move, to rush back inside his van and lock the door, but he felt paralyzed, trapped by the sight of the mist spiraling closer and closer. Then, just as he tried to pull in a shaky breath, the fog began to shift. He gasped as it surged forward, filling his mouth and nose, choking him as it poured into his lungs. The air grew cold, and his vision blurred as the fog forced itself into him, filling him with a biting chill that made his teeth ache. He struggled, clawing at the air, but the mist was relentless, filling every inch of his body until he felt he would drown in it. But just as quickly as it had come, the fog receded, leaving him gasping and shivering on the ground. He lay there, dazed, staring up at the dark, swirling mass above him as it slowly drifted away. His hands trembled as he pushed himself up, barely able to comprehend what had just happened. Without another thought, he scrambled to his feet and threw himself into the van, locking the doors and collapsing onto the bed in a heap. His body was exhausted, his mind foggy with shock and fear. Within moments, he fell into a deep, dreamless sleep, the exhaustion claiming him completely. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the van's windows, casting a warm glow across the interior. Greg groaned as he sat up, still shaken from the events of the previous night. He rubbed his face, the memory of the fog rushing back with a sickening clarity. He stumbled toward the small sink, splashing cold water onto his face, desperate to shake off the lingering unease. As he reached for his toothbrush, he caught sight of himself in the small mirror above the sink. He froze, staring. The face looking back at him was his, but different. He touched his cheek, tracing the smoothness of his skin, the absence of the small wrinkles he'd grown accustomed to seeing over the years. His dark hair, usually peppered with grey, was now thick and lustrous, with no sign of silver. Slowly, he brought his hand to his face, tracing the lines, or lack thereof. His reflection looked like a man in his early 20s, young and vibrant in a way he hadn't been in years. He staggered back, his mind reeling. He looked younger, much younger. The memory of the fog filled his thoughts again, how it had poured into him, and he shuddered, gripping the edge of the sink as he tried to make sense of it. The day drifted by in a surreal haze as he grappled with the reality of what had happened. By the afternoon, he found himself on a nearby trail, wandering aimlessly through the forest, his mind racing. Every time he passed a reflective surface, a puddle, a stray piece of metal, he couldn't help but stop and look, his youthful reflection both shocking and mesmerizing. As the sun dipped below the horizon, he felt the familiar prickle of unease creep over him once more. The fog had returned, pooling between the trees in thin, curling wisps. He could see it shifting, gathering around him as though waiting. He backed away, his heart pounding. He didn't know what the fog wanted or why it had given him this strange gift of youth. All he knew was that he needed to get away from it before it took something else, before it took him. In a rush, he ran back to his van, slamming the door shut behind him. The fog pressed against the windows, swirling in thick, restless waves as it seemed to test every inch of the van's exterior, searching for a way in. He sat in the driver's seat, staring out at the shifting mass, feeling his pulse race as it loomed closer. He needed to leave. He couldn't stay here, not with whatever that thing was lurking in the woods. In a frenzy, he started the engine, the roar of it startling in the silent night. The fog pulsed around him, almost as if it were alive, but he forced himself to focus, gripping the steering wheel tightly as he shifted into gear. As he drove away, the fog chased him, swirling through the trees and spilling onto the road, trailing after him like a living shadow. He didn't stop until he was miles away, parked in a small, crowded campground where the bright lights and bustling activity felt like a sanctuary against the creeping darkness he'd left behind. In the days that followed, Greg kept driving, moving from place to place, never staying long enough for the fog to find him again. But every time he caught a glimpse of himself in a mirror, he couldn't help but remember that night in the forest, the cold touch of the fog and the strange gift, or curse, it had left him with. The reflection that stared back at him was one of youth, of a man who had left the corporate world behind to find freedom and purpose. Yet every time he looked, he felt a hollow fear gnaw in his soul. He knew he would run out of road soon. Sarah had always been drawn to the wilderness. She was 25, a year out of college, and after working a string of uninspiring jobs, she'd saved just enough to take a break and attempt a lifelong dream, hiking the Appalachian Trail. She was alone, but the solitude didn't bother her. If anything, she craved it. By her third week, she felt more comfortable in the rhythm of her days. She had adjusted to the early sunrises and the cool nights, the quiet forests and the winding trails, the steady, grounding repetition of footstep after footstep. But on the morning of her 23rd day, Sarah saw something unusual in the distance. It was barely visible, a strange, wispy fog that seemed to float, undisturbed by the gentle breeze. Her first instinct was to turn back and avoid it, but curiosity kept her going. Besides, fog was common in the mountains, wasn't it? Maybe it was nothing at all. She had taken only a few more steps when she stopped again. The fog wasn't drifting or dissipating. It remained stationary in the distance, and she couldn't help but notice something unnerving. The trees within its reach either glowed with vibrancy, as if in full bloom, or looked gnarled and dead. The fog was moving, she realized, but only just enough to advance. Each plant it touched seemed to react, either bursting with new buds and leaves or turning brittle and grey. Strange, she murmured, more to herself than anything. She was used to nature's oddities, but this felt different. Deciding to continue on, she took a few steadying breaths. As she hiked, she kept glancing back, but the fog seemed to be moving further into the forest, away from the trail. She felt a flicker of relief until later that afternoon. While stopping to eat her lunch, she heard the light crunch of footsteps. Sarah looked up to see a young couple approaching, their faces friendly, their packs large and loaded. "Hey there," the man called out, a wide grin on his face. His partner gave a friendly wave. "Hi," Sarah called back, grateful for the company. They exchanged brief introductions. Their names were David and Marie, both experienced hikers on a 3-week leg of the trail. David's face was sunburnt and crinkled with a deep tan. Marie looked a bit younger, maybe in her early 20s, with long brown hair and a soft, relaxed smile. They shared stories, joked about campfire meals, and even talked about the weather. Sarah didn't mention the fog. She wasn't sure how to describe it without sounding foolish. They were just 3 people crossing paths on a long trail, an easy, pleasant encounter. As they left, waving over their shoulders, David called out, "See you on the trail!" And for the rest of the day, Sarah felt the warmth of human connection following her. But that evening, as the shadows lengthened and the night crept in, Sarah couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. It was as though something in the woods was hiding just out of sight, observing her with an intensity she could almost feel. The fog hadn't come closer. Still, she felt uneasy. The following morning, she began her hike early, hoping to reach a sheltered valley she'd read about. The sun was just cresting the horizon when she saw it again. The fog. It hung over the trail like an unmoving curtain, grey and thick, swirling ever so slightly. Sarah's pulse quickened. There was something off about the way it floated, the way it seemed to wait for her. This time, though, she had no choice but to walk through it. She held her breath and stepped forward, pushing herself into its damp, eerie embrace. The world within the fog was silent and cold, as though time had stopped entirely. Her skin tingled as she passed through it, every step an effort. When she emerged, she glanced back, half expecting to see some creature lurking there, but the fog had receded back into the forest. Relieved, she pushed on, but a few hours later she stumbled upon something that made her stop dead in her tracks. A man sat slumped against a rock by the trail. His face was young, almost too young, with smooth skin and wide, frightened eyes. She would have thought he was a teenager if not for the clothes. It was David. "David!" she whispered, her voice trembling. He looked up at her, and the fear in his eyes was unmistakable. "Sarah?" he asked, his voice quivering. "What happened to me?" "What do you mean?" she asked, though the question felt ridiculous. He looked younger, impossibly younger, like someone who had aged backward. "Marie," he said, his voice catching. She's... Sarah looked around. The fog was nowhere to be seen, but a strange, gritty substance lay in patches on the ground near David's feet. "What is that?" she whispered, kneeling down. She reached out to touch it, her fingers brushing the substance, and recoiled. It was ash, but with a strange texture, almost like dust. He shook his head. "We were walking through the fog this morning," he whispered. "I didn't think anything of it, but as we walked I felt lighter, younger. Marie..." She started coughing, saying she felt like something was pressing down on her chest. His voice cracked, and then she was gone. She just turned to dust. Sarah felt a cold fear claw at her chest. "It's the fog," she said softly. "It did something to you, made you younger. But why?" He shook his head. "I don't know. All I know is that Marie's gone. She was right beside me, and then she just vanished." The ash. Sarah looked at the dust again, feeling a rising nausea. She needed to get out of there. She couldn't be sure what was happening, but something told her that if she stayed, the same fate could await her. "Come on," she said, gripping David's arm. "We need to move. Maybe we can find someone who can help us." David followed, his face pale, and they trekked through the dense forest, moving as fast as they could. All the while, Sarah's mind raced. What was the fog? How did it age David backward? And why had Marie perished? The next day, Sarah awoke to find David missing. She called his name, her voice echoing through the forest, but there was no response, just silence. She searched the nearby area and soon found him near a stream, gazing at his own reflection. When he looked up, his face was even younger than before. He couldn't have been more than 14. "David," she said cautiously. He looked at her, eyes wide with terror. "It's happening again, isn't it?" Sarah nodded slowly, afraid of what would happen next. They continued hiking, but David's pace slowed with each passing hour. He seemed dazed, his mind slipping into a fog of its own. By the time they reached a clearing, he looked like a child, barely 9 years old. And then, without warning, he began to fade, his form growing translucent until he was nothing but a shadow. Moments later, there was only a faint shimmer in the air where he'd stood, as if he had evaporated. Sarah stumbled back, the reality of her situation settling over her. Whatever the fog touched, it changed, either to vibrant life or to dust and decay. It could age or reverse age. It could take life or give it in twisted ways. She was alone again, and now the silence of the forest felt different, more menacing. Every rustle of leaves made her jump. She knew the fog was nearby, waiting. It wasn't random. It was something living, something that chose when and who to affect. Desperation fueled her as she hurried down the trail, barely stopping to eat or rest. Every so often, she would catch glimpses of the fog moving through the trees, following her. Finally, she came upon a narrow path leading off the main trail. It was overgrown, barely visible, but something about it called to her. She took it, her feet carrying her faster, as though she were fleeing from the shadows themselves. The path led her to a small clearing, where an ancient, twisted tree stood at its center. The fog had gathered around it, swirling like a storm. She hesitated, her heart pounding, but something compelled her to step closer. As she did, she felt an intense energy radiate from the tree, a strange, timeless force. She realized the fog wasn't just fog. It was something alive, connected to the tree, feeding on life to preserve itself. The blooms and deaths it caused, the strange changes it made, were sacrifices to keep it sustained. She took a shaky breath and stepped back, knowing she needed to leave before it noticed her presence. But as she turned to go, a figure stepped out of the fog. It was Marie, or rather, it looked like Marie. But her eyes were hollow, her skin ashen, her expression blank. "Sarah," the figure whispered, her voice hollow and cold. "Stay." Sarah felt rooted to the spot, unable to move. "Stay with us," Marie's voice echoed, chilling her to the bone. But as Sarah met those empty eyes, she felt a surge of determination. She would not become like Marie, not trapped here, feeding the fog. Sarah began to run as fast as her feet would carry her, dropping her gear. Just as she felt she could run no more, she reached a dirt road and could hear a truck in the distance. She began to smile just a bit. She made it. Just at that moment she felt the pressure around her waist as the fog surrounded her and pulled her back to her fate. The Song of the Siren. The legend of the river siren unfolds like a shadowed tendril of the Amazon itself, winding deeper into the realm of fear and the unknown. While her haunting figure and the chilling effects of her presence are well known, there are layers to her tale that extend far beyond the surface ripples of the great river. The more one delves into her story, the clearer it becomes that her legend is not just one of terror, but also a tale of vengeance, sorrow, and the enduring power of nature to reclaim what humanity has stolen. The siren's song is not just a lure. It is a melody imbued with a sorrow so ancient it defies language. Those who have heard it describe it as both beautiful and devastating, a haunting symphony that seems to resonate within the soul. Some survivors recount an almost magnetic pull, their hearts aching with an inexplicable longing to follow the melody into the depths. Others speak of visions that accompany the song. Fleeting images of faces submerged in the water, whispers of names they do not know, and glimpses of the siren herself, her eyes filled with both rage and sorrow. There is an unsettling theory among locals that her song is not simply a tool of entrapment, but a desperate plea for release. Some claim that she sings to remember what she once was, a human woman robbed of her mortality and condemned to eternity in the river's depths. Others believe she sings to call forth others like her, drowning souls to join her eternal vigil and share her misery. In the isolated corners of the Amazon, where the river narrows and the canopy blocks out the sky, the siren's presence is most keenly felt. Fishermen who have ventured into these cursed waters speak of a sudden, oppressive silence. The usual cacophony of jungle life, chirping insects, calling birds, and the rustle of leaves fades into a suffocating stillness. It is said that even the river itself seems to hesitate, its flow slowing as if in deference to the siren. Many of these waters are avoided altogether, their inaccessibility preserving them as a sanctuary for the siren's dark dominion. Yet some brave or foolish souls are drawn there by curiosity or desperation. They bring offerings of flowers, carved wooden idols, or even coins, hoping to appease the siren and gain safe passage. Few who venture into these waters return, and those who do are often changed. Their eyes carry a faraway look, as though they have glimpsed something they cannot unsee, and their words are often riddled with cryptic warnings. Among the few who claim to have encountered the river siren and lived, their accounts paint a grim and fragmented picture. There is the tale of Matteo, a fisherman from a small riverside village. Matteo recalls feeling a peculiar sense of unease as he paddled his canoe into a narrow tributary one moonless night. The air grew colder, and the water beneath him seemed to thrum with an almost imperceptible vibration. Then he saw her. She rose silently from the water, her figure shimmering with an unearthly glow. Her eyes locked onto his, and for a moment Matteo felt as though he was floating, not on the river, but in a void of overwhelming sorrow. Her lips moved, as if she were singing, though he heard no sound. Matteo's last memory before losing consciousness was of his canoe tipping, his hands grasping at empty air. He was found the next morning, unconscious but alive, his canoe wedged against a cluster of roots. When he awoke, his hair had turned white, and he spoke of a voice that continued to echo in his dreams. Matteo never returned to the river, and the once vibrant fisherman became a recluse, plagued by nightmares until his death years later. The origins of the siren's curse are as murky as the river itself, but the most enduring tale ties her to a sacred grove long lost to time. According to legend, this grove was the heart of a powerful tribe's spiritual practices, a place where the river spirits were worshipped and appeased. The siren was said to be a young woman chosen to serve as the tribe's spiritual intermediary, her beauty and voice both gifts from the gods. When outsiders came, colonists seeking to exploit the Amazon's resources, they desecrated the grove, cutting down its ancient trees and polluting its waters. The siren, in her despair and fury, cursed them, invoking the river's power to exact vengeance. In doing so, she bound herself to the river, her humanity stripped away, leaving her as an eternal guardian and a harbinger of death for those who disrespect the Amazon's sacred waters. In recent years, the river siren's legend has taken on new urgency as reports of her sightings grow more frequent. Environmentalists and locals alike blame the encroachment of deforestation and illegal mining, which have disrupted the delicate balance of the river's ecosystem. With her sacred domain shrinking, the siren's rage appears to be intensifying, her presence felt not just in the remote corners of the Amazon, but even near major waterways and towns. Some believe her increased activity is a warning, a desperate attempt to halt the destruction of the rainforest. Others fear it is the beginning of something far darker, a surge of power that could extend her influence beyond the Amazon, turning her into a global menace. There are even whispers that the siren's curse is contagious, her victims rising from the river as spectral figures bound to her will. The river siren's story is more than a tale to frighten children or deter reckless adventurers. It is a reminder of the power and mystery of the natural world and the consequences of humanity's disregard for it. Whether she is a guardian, a curse, or something far older and more malevolent, the siren embodies the river's will, a force that demands respect and will not be ignored. For those who venture into the Amazon, the warnings are clear. Avoid the river at night, heed the signs of her presence, and above all, never, ever answer the call of the siren's song. The sobbing stones of Delphi. Nestled in the foothills of Mount Parnassus, Delphi is a place where myth and reality blur. To the ancients, it was the Omphalos, the very navel of the earth, and a sacred site of Apollo, god of prophecy and light. Today, its ruins attract visitors seeking beauty and history, but beneath the broken columns and weathered statues lies something darker, the legend of the sobbing stones. At first glance, the stones appear unremarkable, just another cluster of weathered rocks among the sprawling ruins. Yet, under specific conditions, particularly at night, they emit a sound that chills the soul. It's not the howl of the wind or the hum of shifting earth, but a distinct mournful wailing. The sound starts low, almost imperceptible, before rising into a heart-wrenching sob that seems to emanate from the earth itself. Many who have heard it describe an overwhelming sadness, as if the stones carry the collective grief of centuries. Locals claim the sobbing is most intense during certain times, the anniversary of the oracle's darkest prophecies, or after earthquakes, which they believe awaken the stones. Scientists and skeptics have tried to explain the phenomenon, citing natural acoustics or geological shifts, but their theories fail to capture the sheer emotional weight of the sound. Those who experience it firsthand often leave Delphi changed. Some call it enlightenment, others a curse. The sobbing stones are inseparable from the oracle of Delphi, the Pythia, who once sat at the heart of the sanctuary. Her prophecies, delivered in cryptic verses, shaped the course of empires and individual lives alike. But not all who sought her counsel left with hope. Many received visions of doom and despair, and the weight of these revelations often drove them to madness or death. One particularly haunting tale speaks of Callisthenes, a warrior plagued by dreams of betrayal. He travelled to Delphi, seeking clarity. The oracle, her voice trembling, told him he would die by the hand of his closest friend. Consumed by paranoia, Callisthenes returned to his homeland and slaughtered his entire company to prevent the prophecy from coming true. Yet in the end, his squire, whom he had spared, turned on him, fulfilling the oracle's words. The blood spilled from Callisthenes' betrayal stained the stones, and it is said that his anguish was the first to awaken their sobbing. The weeping of the stones is more than just a sound. It is a presence. Visitors report feeling watched, their skin prickling as they approach. Some describe hearing faint whispers, like voices just out of reach, speaking in ancient Greek. Others claim to see shadowy figures moving among the ruins, their outlines flickering like candle flames. The stones are said to curse those who disrespect them. In one chilling account, a tourist attempted to pocket a fragment of stone as a souvenir. That night, he woke screaming, clutching his chest, convinced something was trying to pull the air from his lungs. He returned the fragment the next day, shaken but unharmed. Other tales are less forgiving. An archaeologist who removed a piece of stone for study was later found dead, his face frozen in a mask of terror, the fragment shattered beside him. While much of Delphi has been excavated, rumors persist of a hidden chamber beneath the sanctuary. This chamber, according to legend, is the true source of the stone's power. A 19th century explorer claimed to have discovered a sealed entrance near the Omphalos, but abandoned his efforts after hearing unearthly cries from within. Modern archaeologists dismiss such stories as fabrications, but local guides often point to an overgrown section of the ruins and whisper about what might lie beneath. The stone's sobbing has sparked countless theories. Some believe the sound is a remnant of Apollo's divine presence, a mournful echo of the god's departure from Delphi. Others suggest the stones are imbued with the psychic energy of the countless souls who sought the oracle's counsel, their despair trapped in the rock like fossilized screams. A more esoteric theory connects the stones to the concept of ley lines, invisible currents of energy that crisscross the earth. Delphi, as the Omphalos, is said to be a nexus of these lines, and the sobbing is thought to be the result of their disruption. Skeptics scoff, but believers argue that such energies could explain the ruins' enduring mystique. In recent years, a group of paranormal investigators ventured to Delphi to record the sobbing. They set up cameras and audio equipment near the stones and waited. As the sun set, the ruins fell silent, save for the occasional rustle of wind through the olive trees. Then, just after midnight, the sobbing began. The investigators described the sound as inhuman yet heartbreakingly familiar. Their recordings captured low moans and faint melodic wails, punctuated by what some interpreted as whispered words. One investigator reported seeing a shadowy figure near the Omphalos, though their footage revealed nothing. The team left before dawn, unnerved but convinced they had witnessed something extraordinary. Despite its dark reputation, Delphi remains a place of pilgrimage. Some visitors seek the sobbing stones for their supposed spiritual insights, believing the sound can cleanse the soul or reveal hidden truths. Others are drawn by morbid curiosity, eager to experience the supernatural for themselves. Local guides, however, urge caution. They warn against staying in the ruins after dark or attempting to disturb the stones. "The sobbing is not meant for us," one guide said. "It is the voice of the past, and we have no right to its secrets." The sobbing stones of Delphi are more than an eerie legend. They are a reminder of the sorrow and mystery that permeate this ancient sanctuary. Whether a natural phenomenon, a supernatural occurrence, or a psychological projection, the stones continue to captivate and terrify those who encounter them. For those brave enough to visit, the advice is simple. Respect the stones, listen to their cries, and leave before they turn their gaze upon you. The haunting tale of the Jinn of the Empty Quarter. The Rub al-Khali, known as the Empty Quarter, is a place of extremes. Towering dunes that stretch to the horizon, scorching heat by day and icy silence by night. It is a realm of desolation where human presence is scarce, and nature's harshness reigns supreme. It is also a place where the veil between the natural and supernatural is said to be perilously thin. Legends of the jinn that haunt these sands have circulated for centuries, warning travelers of the dangers that lurk in the shimmering heat waves and shadows of the dunes. Among the many tales, none is as haunting as the story of a merchant named Tariq, whose obsession with uncovering the desert's hidden wealth led to his undoing. Tariq was a merchant of great ambition. In the bustling markets of Riyadh, he had heard whispered rumors of ancient riches buried beneath the sands of the Empty Quarter. These tales spoke of treasures left by a lost civilization, golden artifacts, gemstones, and maps to untold wealth. But they came with warnings. The treasures were guarded by the jinn, supernatural beings of smokeless fire, who punished the greedy and the reckless. Dismissing the warnings as the superstitions of desert nomads, Tariq assembled a caravan of camels, hired seasoned guides, and set out to find his fortune. The caravan journeyed deep into the Rub al-Khali, their path marked by the ever-shifting dunes and the oppressive silence that seemed to weigh heavier with each passing day. The first days of the journey were uneventful, though the desert tested their endurance with its unrelenting heat. Then the signs began. At first it was subtle, distant voices that seemed to echo in the vast emptiness, though no one was there. The guides grew uneasy, their laughter fading into wary glances over their shoulders. One night, Tariq awoke to find a strange light flickering in the distance. It was not the glow of a campfire or the reflection of moonlight. It pulsed rhythmically, like a heartbeat, drawing him toward it. But as he approached, the light vanished, leaving him standing alone in the cold desert night. The next morning, the guides refused to continue. They spoke of the lure of the jinn, a phenomenon where the jinn used lights to draw victims into their clutches. Tariq, undeterred, dismissed their fears and pressed on with those in his caravan who were too afraid of losing their payment to abandon him. Deeper into the desert, the strange occurrences escalated. Supplies vanished overnight, and the camels grew restless, their eyes wide with terror. One by one, members of the caravan claimed to hear whispers, soft, unintelligible murmurs that seemed to come from the sands themselves. Tariq tried to reassure his men, though unease began to creep into his own heart. One evening, as they set up camp, the wind carried a peculiar sound, weeping. It was faint at first, but it grew louder as the night deepened. The sound seemed to come from all directions, enveloping the camp. Despite the desert chill, sweat poured down Tariq's face as he listened, the sorrowful cries gnawing at his resolve. On the seventh night, the desert unleashed its true horrors. A fierce sandstorm swept through the camp, its winds howling like a chorus of anguished souls. As the storm raged, shadows appeared within the swirling sand, figures tall and indistinct, their forms shifting like smoke. The caravan scattered in panic, their screams swallowed by the storm. When the winds subsided, Tariq found himself alone. His caravan was gone, and the dunes around him bore no trace of their presence. The silence that followed was absolute, broken only by his ragged breathing. And then he saw her. A woman stood atop a nearby dune, her figure illuminated by an otherworldly glow. Her face was veiled, but her eyes burned with an unnatural light. Tariq knew immediately that she was no mortal. She was one of the jinn. She raised an arm, beckoning him. Against his will, his legs moved, carrying him toward her. As he approached, the ground beneath him gave way, and he plunged into a hidden cavern beneath the sand. The air was thick with an otherworldly hum, and the walls glowed with inscriptions in a language he could not read. At the center of the cavern lay a pile of treasures beyond his wildest dreams. Tariq's greed overtook his fear, and he reached for the gold. As his fingers closed around a gleaming artifact, a voice filled the cavern, a deep, resonant sound that seemed to emanate from the very air around him. It spoke no words, but its meaning was clear. He had trespassed where no human was meant to tread. The walls of the cavern began to close in, the inscriptions bleeding a crimson light. Tariq tried to flee, but the sands rose to meet him, pulling him down. His screams echoed briefly before they were silenced, leaving the desert once again in stillness. Years later, explorers found Tariq's camel bones and remnants of his camp scattered across the dunes, but no sign of Tariq or the treasures he sought. Locals claim that on moonless nights, a faint light can be seen in the dunes, accompanied by whispers and the mournful cries of a lost soul. To this day, the empty quarter remains a place of mystery and danger, its legends warning all who dare enter that some secrets are meant to remain buried. The jinn of the empty quarter, it seems, are always watching, waiting for the next foolhardy soul to wander into their domain. The Bone Church, an ossuary born from tragedy. The Sedlec ossuary's history is steeped in a confluence of tragedy, faith, and mystery. The legend begins in 1278, when the abbot of Sedlec Monastery returned from a pilgrimage to the Holy Land. Carrying with him a small quantity of earth from Golgotha, the site where Christ was said to have been crucified, he sprinkled it across the monastery's cemetery. Word spread like wildfire, and the land was quickly deemed sacred. From as far as Poland and Germany, thousands sought burial in this hallowed ground. The sanctity of the land, however, collided with two devastating events: the Black Death of the 14th century and the Hussite Wars in the 15th. The small cemetery was overwhelmed as plague victims and fallen soldiers filled the grounds. Soon, the burial space ran out. In response, bodies were exhumed to make room for the newly deceased, their remains stored in the chapel. It is here, deep in the stone heart of Sedlec, that the Bone Church's eerie reputation began to take shape. By the early 16th century, the ossuary had become a chaotic pile of bones. Enter the enigmatic half-blind monk who took on the harrowing task of organizing the remains. Legends say he spent decades arranging the bones in quiet solitude, humming chants that echoed unnervingly through the church's stone halls. His contemporaries claimed he would speak softly to the skulls, as if consoling restless spirits. The monk's work laid the foundation for what the Bone Church would later become. Yet whispers of his obsession, of him being found late at night tracing strange symbols into the dust, persist to this day. His peculiar devotion culminated in a chilling final act. On his deathbed, he asked to be buried upright, his skeletal hands clutching the skull of a plague victim. His grave, unmarked but rumoured to lie beneath the ossuary, remains a source of superstition among locals. In 1870, woodcarver František Rindt was tasked with transforming the ossuary's unsettling collection into something beautiful. But Rindt's work was unlike anything the world had seen. The central chandelier alone contains at least one of every bone in the human body, meticulously arranged into a grotesque yet mesmerizing display. The coat of arms of the Schwarzenberg family, patrons of the ossuary, is rendered entirely in bone, down to the intricate details of a raven pecking at the eye socket of a Turk's skull. Rindt's obsession with perfection bordered on the maniacal. According to local accounts, he refused to work during daylight hours, claiming the bones spoke more clearly under the moonlight. He frequently dismissed his assistants, preferring to labor in isolation, accompanied only by the flicker of his oil lamp. A chilling anecdote tells of a night when Rindt stayed in the ossuary past midnight. Villagers claimed to hear what sounded like a woman's voice singing a mournful dirge, though no one else was present. The next morning, Rindt emerged pale and shaken, muttering that he'd seen the soul of the bones watching him. One of the most enduring legends involves the central chandelier. Constructed with nearly every bone in the human body, it is the ossuary's most famous and most cursed feature. Tourists often report feeling a sudden chill as they approach the chandelier, their cameras inexplicably malfunctioning. One visitor, a skeptic who scoffed at the legends, decided to lean against the display for a photo. Hours later, she developed a fever and vivid hallucinations of shadowy figures clawing at her. She recovered days later, but her account sparked renewed fears of the ossuary's haunting. In another story, a guide recounts hearing footsteps echoing through the chapel long after closing. Assuming a visitor had stayed behind, he called out, but no one answered. As he turned to leave, the sound of bones clattering echoed behind him. When he turned back, the chandelier's centerpiece was slowly swaying, though the air was perfectly still. At the heart of the ossuary's legends is the belief that some spirits remain bound to their bones, trapped by the disruption of their graves. One particularly unsettling tale is that of the weeping woman, a ghost said to haunt the ossuary's lower chamber. A caretaker claimed to have seen her in the 1980s, a woman in a tattered dress, her face obscured by long hair. She stood motionless before the bone pyramids, her head tilted as if listening to something only she could hear. When the caretaker approached, she dissolved into a cloud of fine dust, leaving behind the faint scent of decay. More chillingly, workers tasked with renovations in the 1990s reported seeing skeletal hands reach from the walls, grasping at their tools. Many of these workers quit, unable to endure the oppressive atmosphere and unexplainable phenomena. To this day, the Bone Church remains a paradox, a place of faith and reverence, yet steeped in fear and mystery. The countless remains serve as a stark reminder of mortality, but they also provoke an unsettling question. If death is the end, why do some spirits seem unable to move on? Visitors are urged to tread carefully, to respect the ossuary and its grim artistry. For those who don't, the warnings are clear. The dead are not as silent as they seem. The Hungry Ghost Festival, torment, rituals and redemption. The 7th lunar month brings with it a shroud of mystery and dread in many parts of China and East Asia. This is the time of the Hungry Ghost Festival, a period when the veil between the living and the dead grows perilously thin. During this month, the gates of the afterlife are said to swing open, unleashing countless restless spirits into the mortal world. Among these are the dreaded hungry ghosts, souls cursed by unfulfilled desires and misdeeds, doomed to wander the earth in torment. These spectral figures, known as pretas in Buddhist tradition, are grotesque. They have grotesquely distended bellies that symbolize insatiable hunger, yet mouths so tiny they cannot consume what would satisfy them. Their skeletal forms haunt crossroads, dark alleys and homes, driven by an endless, gnawing need for sustenance. But the Hungry Ghost Festival is more than just a cautionary tale. It is a time when the living can redeem the spirits of the departed and protect themselves from spiritual vengeance. Rituals of food offerings, burning paper effigies, and lighting lanterns illuminate the dark, creating a fragile peace between the two worlds. In a small riverside village near Guangzhou, whispers of the Hungry Ghost Festival were always laced with an ominous story. It was said that long ago, a woman named May fell victim to her family's greed and neglect. May was the youngest daughter of a wealthy merchant, but her mother's passing left her vulnerable. Her father quickly remarried, and the stepmother wasted no time in banishing May to a life of servitude. Alone and starving, May passed away in the shadows of the family home, her cries ignored. Her death marked the beginning of eerie occurrences in the village. During the 7th month, the family would hear wails at their doorstep, and their offerings would disappear faster than the flames of the incense could fade. The family, now tormented by misfortune, saw their wealth squandered, their business failing. Villagers claimed to see May's pale form lurking near the riverbank, her hollow eyes searching for the offerings her family owed her in life. The ghost of May became a cautionary figure. During the festival, villagers would leave food at their gates, fearful that ignoring the ritual would invite her wrath. Legends like May's reinforced the significance of performing the rites correctly. One missed step could bring calamity. The origins of the Hungry Ghost Festival are deeply rooted in Buddhist and Taoist traditions. The Ulambana Sutra tells the story of Maudgalyayana, a monk who discovers that his deceased mother suffers as a hungry ghost. Her torment stems from her selfishness in life. The monk's attempts to offer her food are futile, as the offerings are consumed by flames. Following Buddha's guidance, he organizes a communal offering to monks and spirits alike, finally granting his mother peace. This story established the practice of feeding the spirits. Villages and families prepare elaborate offerings of food, from fruits to meats, setting them at altars or even crossroads. Paper effigies of money, clothing, and even luxurious items like cars are burned, symbolically gifting the spirits the means to find comfort in the afterlife. Lanterns are lit and floated on water to guide the lost souls, ensuring they can return to their realm without harm to the living. In different regions, the Hungry Ghost Festival carries unique variations, but the core fear remains: the potential wrath of neglected spirits. In southern China, it's said that hungry ghosts sometimes take human form, appearing as lost travelers or beggars. Those who show kindness might find their luck increased, but those who scorn them risk being cursed. In the bustling city of Hong Kong, an urban legend warns of a ghost who knocks on doors late at night during the festival. The spirit is said to mimic the voice of a child crying for help. Those who open their doors are said to invite misfortune inside, as the ghost attaches itself to their household. Meanwhile, in rural areas, farmers speak of ghostly figures roaming their fields. These spirits are believed to punish those who fail to leave offerings by destroying crops or causing livestock to sicken. Tales like these underline the belief that ghosts seek not just sustenance, but retribution for neglect. At its heart, the Hungry Ghost Festival serves as a stark reminder of the living's obligations to the dead. It underscores the moral consequences of selfishness, neglect, and failure to honor ancestral bonds. As families light incense and whisper prayers, they are reminded of their connection to those who have passed. Even today, the festival holds relevance beyond its spiritual origins. It reflects a broader theme of reconciliation, acknowledging the mistakes of the past to prevent harm in the future. Through these rituals, the festival bridges the divide between the living and the dead, ensuring peace for both. As the final night of the festival draws near, lanterns are released onto rivers and lakes. Their soft glow dances on the water, a beacon to guide spirits back to their realm. The air hums with chants, the smoke of incense thick with both reverence and fear. When the gates of the afterlife finally close, the village returns to silence, its residents relieved yet wary of what the next 7th month might bring. The Hungry Ghost Festival remains a testament to the power of folklore to bind communities, teach moral lessons, and remind us of the fragile line between the worlds of the living and the dead. Through its chilling tales and solemn rituals, it ensures that even the most restless spirits are not forgotten. The Phantom Nuns of Cove. In the heart of Cove, a town steeped in maritime history and tragic memories, the streets are whispered to be haunted by the ghostly figures of nuns who once dedicated their lives to the service of others. The legend of the Phantom Nuns of Cove has been passed down through generations, and it's one that still captivates the imagination of locals and visitors alike. On stormy nights when the wind howls through the narrow alleys and the moon hides behind thick clouds, the spirits of these spectral nuns are said to roam the town. The town of Cove, with its quiet harbour and charming streets, holds many secrets beneath its surface. The tales of phantom figures and inexplicable noises have been common for decades, but it is the legend of the Phantom Nuns that has truly captured the town's eerie imagination. The story begins in the 19th century, when Cove was known as Queenstown, a pivotal port for emigration. The nuns at the local convent were known for their selflessness, especially during the Great Famine, when the population of Ireland was suffering greatly. The convent in Cobh housed orphan children, the sick, and those without means, offering them care and shelter. But as the harsh conditions of the time wore on, tragedy struck. It is said that many of the nuns fell ill, succumbing to disease as they cared for the sick and weak. Some even perished in mysterious ways, their deaths linked to outbreaks of illness that would sweep through the town. Others were believed to have drowned in the harbour while trying to save those at risk during the many maritime disasters that occurred. It was during this period that the nuns' spirits are believed to have been bound to the town. The first recorded encounters with the phantom nuns date back to the early 20th century, not long after the convent had been abandoned. Locals began to speak of seeing the nuns' figures walking through the fog-covered streets of Cobh, their faces hidden behind the hoods of their habits, and their footsteps eerily silent despite the muddy cobblestone streets. At night, the shape of a nun, illuminated only by the dim light from distant lanterns, could sometimes be seen gliding silently across the old cemetery grounds behind the church. More unsettling reports began to surface. Sounds of weeping, faint chanting, and the cold touch of unseen hands. Some claimed to have felt an overwhelming sense of sorrow and dread when passing the old cemetery, while others spoke of waking to find inexplicable chills in their homes, as if someone was standing near them in the dark. One of the most chilling stories comes from a young man who worked as a caretaker in Cobh during the 1960s. He was responsible for maintaining the churchyard and the cemetery, a quiet place on the outskirts of the town. One evening, while walking among the graves at dusk, he saw a figure standing near the old chapel. He assumed it was a visitor, but when he approached, the figure turned toward him and his blood ran cold. The face was obscured by the habit, but the shape of the figure was unmistakable, tall, thin, and with a posture that seemed unnatural. The man, unable to move, watched as the nun began to slowly walk toward the old convent building, vanishing into the fog. Terrified, the man quickly returned to the caretaker's cottage and locked the door behind him. The next day he was told by a local that many other people had seen the same figure, and they all described it in the same way, pale, gaunt and unblinking. The spirit, it seemed, had a purpose, but what that purpose was, no one knew. Over the years, more eerie reports emerged. Some visitors to the town have shared their unsettling experiences. One couple, staying in a guest house near the harbour, reported hearing soft whispers in the night, as though a group of people were talking in the next room. But when they opened the door, there was no one there. Similarly, the night watchman at the church has claimed to hear footsteps echoing in the empty halls, and sometimes the faint sound of a bell tolling in the distance, despite the church bells being long silenced. Another account comes from a tourist who visited Cobh and found themselves walking alone near the old cemetery late at night. They described hearing faint singing, an eerie, unearthly chant that seemed to echo from the graveyard itself. Upon turning around, they saw a group of figures, tall and cloaked, standing just inside the cemetery gates. The figures didn't move, and after several moments, they slowly faded away into the mist, as though they were never there at all. Some believe that the spirits of these nuns have never found peace due to the tragic events they endured. According to local law, they are trapped between worlds, unable to move on because of their sacrificial deaths and the unresolved injustices they faced. These souls wander Cobh, still carrying the burden of their past, their work unfinished. In the years following the first sightings, several attempts were made to lay the nuns' spirits to rest. Prayers were said and masses were held at the church in hopes of freeing them from their earthly tether. But despite these efforts, the sightings continued, leading many to believe that the nuns are still trying to complete the work they began all those years ago. Some even say that the nuns will appear to those in need, offering silent protection during times of peril, as though they are guarding the town, much as they had guarded the sick and the poor in life. Today, Cove is a quiet town once again, but the tales of the phantom nuns persist, etched into the very fabric of the town's history. Those who visit Cove are still likely to hear the stories whispered in hushed tones, especially on rainy evenings when the fog rolls in thick and the town streets seem to fade into the shadows. The nuns remain a part of the town's folklore, their spectral figures watching over the town like silent guardians, ever present and never fully understood. As you walk through the streets of Cove or stand by the harbour on a stormy night, you might feel a sudden chill or hear a faint sound that doesn't seem to belong. If you're brave enough, you might even find yourself staring into the fog, wondering if the ghostly figures of the phantom nuns are watching you too. Cove's rich history as the last port of call for the Titanic and its association with the emigration of countless Irish people during the Great Famine add layers of sorrow and tragedy to the town. The story of the phantom nuns fits into the broader narrative of Ireland's past, a nation often haunted by loss and hardship, where the boundary between the living and the dead feels impossibly thin,